Another beautiful morning over Estadio Alfredo Harp Helu here in Mexico City, Mexico, where we are getting set for day 3 of this BCL tournament and game number 5 between the CTBC brothers and the Kane County Cougars. Good morning, everybody. Alongside Trevor Curl, I am Colin Rudisol. And Trevor, we're about that halfway point now in this tournament. We have seen all these teams play and some epic games, specifically yesterday where we had 2 comeback efforts, one featuring the CTBC brothers who held a 6-2 lead over that Crocodile Cuban team, and yet they weren't able to hold on to it, a walk-off win for the Cubans. And then last night, a big matchup between the Diablos and the Dantos, where Diablos finally got their first win after fending off Dantos and getting their first big win in this tournament. Fast forward to today, we got CTBC brothers still looking for their first win in this tournament, and the Cougars probably with the biggest win of the tournament so far over the home team here with the Diablos.
Yeah, yesterday the brothers had an early opportunity to keep adding on to their lead. They struck first in back-to-back games like we saw in Game 1 back on Tuesday, but it was just the young and the inexperienced side of that ball club that you could see. Eventually they had opportunities, bases loaded, less than 2 outs. They've had multiple opportunities to try and find their way to keep adding on to not let the Crocodiles back in, but it would eventually be the Crocodiles who would take the reins late and end up walking them off later on. But then you saw with Kane County, it was kind of the other way. It was Diablos who struck first in that ball game, and it would eventually lead to the Kane County having to get their offense jump-started. So we're going to see a couple of ball clubs who have played 2 very different styles of games. The brothers who have started their offensive train early, and Kane County who's figured out how to get that offense going in the middle of their contest.
Let's talk about the brothers for a minute. They're 0-2, but they have played some scrappy baseball. We have seen some good looks from all these guys, and they've been playing hard, and they've lost guys because of it. Their starting pitcher in Game 1, Hui Sheng Lin, and then their right fielder, Sheng Yu Li, on a big slide at home. It's going to take a lot of heart and effort to beat this Cougars team that really took it to the Diablos on opening night. I mean, it was a close back-and-forth game, but they ended up taking a huge lead 14-7, and that was a combination of the power and the pitching on this Kane County side.
Yeah, Yanwei Chin will get the start for the brothers, and they're going to need him to go out and shove early on. Set the tone early against Kane County. Vin Timpanelli will get the start for the Cougars, and the former converted catcher to a pitcher going from the bullpen to the starting rotation. He's got a big opportunity to step up once again as they're about to take the field behind us. But again, you're looking at Kane County, and they're trying to find their way into a 2-0 record that currently sits them tied for first place along with the Crocodiles.
Well, we should have another great game on our hands today between the brothers and the Cougars. We have first pitch coming up next here in the CBL tournament in Mexico City, Mexico. First pitch just underway here between the brothers and the Cougars, and there is Shrulun Chang batting .500 in this tournament so far, the leader for this brothers team. 3 for 6 thus far. It's a 1-0 count, and now 1-1 from the righty hurler for Kane County. That is Vin Timpanelli, two-time champion with the Kane County Cougars, 6'2", 230, Staten Island, New York. As the 1-1 misses inside. Defensively for the Cougars in the outfield, left to right, Dylan Thomas, Ray Zuber III. We didn't see him in the first game in center. Max Murphy taking the duties in right field. Infield goes Claudio Final at third, Elvis Peralta at short, Josh Allen at second, as this is blasted back up the middle and down for a base hit. Shrulun Chung getting the party started for the brothers. Josh Raywalt at first base, Jax Grosjean doing the catching.
For Vin Timpanelli, over the course of the 2025 season, he looked very sharp, going from the bullpen to the starting rotation. 7-8 over the course of the campaign, a 4.21 ERA across 25 games, 17 of which were starts. 104 2/3 innings of work, collected 77 strikeouts, 40 walks over the course of the year.
I've watched Vin with the Kane County Cougars last season, and it was great to see as you look at this brothers lineup. We've already mentioned Shrulun Chang, Chunling Wang at bat now, Xiao Yu Su, Wei Ta Su, Jui Chen Lin, Meng Chi Hu, Chu Wei Teng Cheng, Sheng He Yang, and Zi Quan Chain. Rounding it out here for the brothers. And Timpanelli, a bullpen guy, his entire 2024 campaign had a spot start last year on June 1st, 2025 against the Lincoln Salt Dogs in the American Association. Went 7 innings in that game of no-hit baseball, and it would get finished up by former Cougar pitcher Tommy Summer and a member of this team for the Cougars, Jake Gozo, in a combined 3-man no-hitter. And ever since then, Timpanelli been a mainstay in this Cougars rotation. The 0-1 coming in. Wang watches it go by, and it's strike 2 for Timpanelli, getting ahead early.
He's going to have to really battle up against these first 3 batters, and this is a brothers ball club who came into the last couple of ball games starting off the scoring in the first inning. So for Timpanelli, it's going to be really navigating his way through the top 4 batters in this order.
And this brothers team has found a lot of success in the first inning so far in both games played. As this one gets lifted deep left, but drifting foul and into the stands. Another closed day here at Estadio Alfredo Harp Helu. We saw Chunlin Huang with a big triple yesterday in his 4 for 7 over the last 2 games. He's certainly been one of the key contributors on this brothers team. The 0-2 misses high and outside for Timpanelli.
Well, the fastball's looking pretty good, 93 miles an hour so far. He's still working on his build-up, getting ready for the 2026 season. But a former reliever who is just gas and go now has to work on continuing to work that build-up, keep the velocity up, and especially here in elevation, be able to pace yourself. And we've seen that from pitchers so far in this tournament, getting a little bit tired early on. And when you're 7,000 feet above sea level, that's certainly a case.
It'll play a factor. And swing and a miss. Timpanelli picking up strikeout number 1 against Chuanlin Huang. And a good bounce back after giving up the single to lead off this game.
And it goes with a breaking ball, and it just starts spinning downstairs. It's that bullet slider that we see here playing in elevation, and it works really well against the left-hander, something that falls right off the barrel and down to the back foot. And again, it is a brothers ball club that likes to run. Jax Grosjean's behind home plate doing the catching. He's going to need to keep his head on a swivel. Along with Josh Raywell, the communication is going to be so key in this ball game between the Cougars infielders, especially with the runners possibly in motion.
Yeah, big lead over there by Chung at first base. Timpanelli takes a quick look and then goes home and just misses on the outside edge. The Cougars really showing off the depth in this game. We see a lot of guys that didn't get an appearance in that game 1. Ray Zuber III mentioned playing in center field. You brought up Jax Grosjean's, and then as well as Jabari Henry, who we'll see in that DH spot when the Cougars come up to bat in the bottom of the inning. Xiao Yosu blasts this one to the right side and through. The big turn by Chung, and he's going to make it to third base. And it'll set up runners at the corners for the brothers. And once again, big action for this CTBC team early in the first inning.
That's a pitch that's on the outside half the plate, and we've seen this from Sue so far, the willingness to go the other way. And with that open right side of the infield with Raywald holding the man on, he just serves it the opposite way. Hit a little bit too firm. Murphy with a good throw from right field. We've already seen him throw a runner out this tournament, but not with the speed of Cheng. He gets in there safely at third, and once again, the brothers threatening to score in the first inning as they've done through their first couple of games.
And it'll go to the DH spot with Wei-Ta Su stepping in on the left side here, lefty-righty matchup. Timpanelli looking to get that ground ball up the middle as the Cougars are in double play depth. Misses high on his first pitch. Su, a former fifth-round pick by the CTBC brothers. One of the big veterans on this team, is 11th year in pro ball. There's just not a lot like him on this squad. And a big opportunity early as the 1-0 gets blasted up. Allen tries to pop up and make the catch, but it rolls on into right field, and that'll bring in the first run of the game for the brothers. And an early 1-0 lead once again.
That's a little floating line drive that just gets on beyond the glove of Josh Allen. And he just floats it right through that right center gap. And it's a pretty good swing on this pitch. It goes with the fastball, stays a little bit too much out over the middle of the plate. A left-hander, that doesn't take too much to just get the barrel down. And again, the brothers striking first in now 3 consecutive games, and they're still threatening with runners in first and second.
Just one out as well. Josh Allen only 5'9", probably wishing he had a couple extra inches to try to leap up and grab that one. Joy Chun Lin stepping in, the third baseman. And he'll take strike one. Speaking of Josh Allen, happy 35th birthday to JA7. 35 years young on this March 26th. The 0-1 from Timpanelli. Misses low on the breaking ball. We'll see how Vin Timpanelli tries to navigate the trouble. I mean, we've seen a lot of innings throughout this tournament so far where pitch count has become a real issue early and teams having to dip into their bullpen. The 1-1. This time to the left side and through the hole. That's going to be a base hit. Hold sign goes up, so it'll be bases loaded and just one out on the 4th single of the inning for the brothers.
Again, it's just the contact so far that we're seeing from this Chinese Taipei ball club. Everything is barreled up, and maybe the one ball that was hit by Su wasn't all that hit hard, but this one is just through the left side of the diamond. Again, letting the ball travel, a ball that's down in the zone, and while you can avoid the home run ball here when you can pitch downstairs, but for this Chinese Taipei ball club, a team that is not known for the power and are so contact-oriented, everything that's on the ground here, especially on this quick turf, is just going to scoot on through the holes of the infield.
And that has been their game pretty much this entire tournament, and they have found some success. And that brings in Meng Chi Hu, the catcher. You see there, he's having himself a good tournament, batting 603 hits, the OPS up to 1,300.
Well, 3 runs batted in as well, someone who has certainly done damage with the bat in hand.
It's going to be a classic corners in setup here for the Cougars, looking to go home first, double play depth up the middle. Timpanelli misses outside on his first pitch and low.
You're still a ground ball away from getting out of this inning and escaping with just 1 run given up. But 6 batters into the ball game so far, and it's been a lot of singles, and continues to roll for the Chinese Taipei.
Second pitch here is low, and all of a sudden, Timpanelli down 2 balls to no strikes. We talked about Meng Chi Hu a little bit, 20 years old, just his first year, and this is his first time taking any sort of swings with this brothers team. So far, so good for him. Looking to make it even better. The 2-0. And back to the right side. Allen lays out, but he cannot make the play. That is 1 run in, and right behind him, another brother. So that is 2 runs scored in a 3-run frame so far for Chinese Taipei. and an early 3-0 lead.
Again, it's just paper cutting to death. Single through the right side, single through the left side. That ball had eyes. Josh Allen making a good effort, but it's gone beyond him into right field. And again, it's because of the way this AstroTurf plays. That ball's going to bounce. It's going to skip. It's going to do so many different things except slow down. And right now, the brothers continue to roll through this lineup. It's now the 7th batter of the inning, still only 1 out. Again, double plays possibly in order, but you need a ground ball hit right to one of your infielders in order to get that. And so far, everything has just been oh so much out of the reach of a couple of leather.
Choi Chun-Lin able to get to third base. So set up on runners at the corners once again. First pitch swinging and fouled off the leg of Choi Tang Chen, the right fielder. Again, this is not the right fielder that the brothers were going to have in mind for this tournament, at least seemingly. Shang Yu Lee, who's been doing the duties at right field, had a pickle play on the way between third and home plate, had a very nasty slide in. Saw him holding his right hand going into the dugout, and unfortunately not in this game this morning. The 0-1 just misses high, evens up the count. Second year in the league for Chen, 21 years old. Drafted by the brothers in the 7th round in 2024. 0 for 1 in his minors. That's all he's had so far in a brothers uniform. This one now going and drifting to the right side and foul. Timpanelli with an opportunity here in a 1-2 count. And once again, Trevor, we're seeing the pitch count starting to rise up in the first inning. 22 pitches for Timpanelli with just that 1 out. This is a very deep Cougars bullpen. We saw a lot of those arms throwing in the first game against Diablos. It's the 1-1. He gets him swinging on an outside pitch at 92 miles an hour. And we see Zach Veen, the lefty, warming up for the Cougars right now. So Timpanelli gets the swinging strikeout, a big one for him. His second of the inning and second of the game. The only way he's been able to retire these brothers so far. Bring up the 8-hitter, Sheng He Yang. First pitch missing for Timpanelli.
You can still escape with just giving up 3 runs. Your offense can explode at any moment. But this is such a big pivotal at bat here, especially with 2 outs and runners at the corners.
Just 1 hit so far for Yang in this tournament. He's 1 for 7. And this one now into left field and down for a base hit. That's going to bring in another run. And another single in this inning, but it has been effective for this brothers team.
Now 8th man to the plate, drives it into left field, and this is a spinner just below the knees, and it's dug out by Yang. He's able to just poke it over the shortstop Elvis Peralta's head. And again, this is just kind of a mix-up of you're getting your bearings. It's your first outing in a game since Timpanelli since September. So he's coming into this game, and he's having to pitch in a postseason-like atmosphere, at least with the intensity that comes into this tournament. And right now he's getting a mound visit from the infield. It just really comes down to he's hit it in his spots, but so far it's just been contact after contact after contact. It's been a lot of singles in the 4th run of the inning crosses.
Quick talk there from pitching coach David Holmberg with his pitcher Vin Timpanelli. And this brothers team, the first game they put up 2 runs in the first inning. Their second game yesterday, 3 runs in the first inning, and now up to 4 runs in the first inning. It just seems like steady improvement as these young athletes start to get more and more comfortable at the plate and more comfortable with the competition that they're seeing. The 9th man to the dish is Zequan Chain, the left fielder. He's first pitch swinging and fouling off.
You're seeing such short swings so far from all of these batters. Again, it's just the stubbornness to strike out. Now, Timpanelli has gotten 2 Ks so far in the inning, but you're noticing that everything is finding barrel, and it's just placement. It's almost like they're using a magic wand. They're telling the ball where they want to go.
The 0-1 in. Just misses on that inside edge. One hit so far for Zequan Chain in this one. This tournament, I should say. 1 for 4 and a couple of runs scored. And it has just been base to base, station to station, and it's working out for the brothers here in the first inning. Timpanelli misses low on that one, and it's 2-1.
It is just below the knees, but when you're not really struggling, but you're just looking to get something to break your way, it just misses downstairs. It's, again, another hitter's friendly count.
It's Meng-Chi Hu on second base, Shang-He Yang on first. Cougars looking to get out of this inning. Off-speed pitch floats on in, top of the zone for strike 2. See what Timpanelli tries to go with to get himself out of the inning. 2 strikeouts so far. And a fastball misses way high, 92 miles an hour.
He overcooked it.
And that was an easy take, obviously, for this brothers team, but they have done a really good job of being selective in this tournament, especially early, and trying to get pitches that fit the zone that they're designing in their head, and they've been taking advantage of it, and we've seen it in the first inning in every single game they've played. Runners on the move here on the full count. 3-2 pitch and fouled off the netting behind you.
Well, these morning games are also a bit of a grind, and it's over the course of the American Association season. You usually have a couple of those 11 a.m. start times, but a 10 a.m. start time, especially after your off day, maybe just a little bit, not as sluggish, but just trying to get your bearings and get yourself up to speed in this game.
It's the third morning game in a row, all 3 days for the CTBC brothers. The first one for the Cougars, they played the nightcap on opening day. This one now grounded to the left side. It's going to be a tough play for Claudio. He fields it barehanded, and it's not in time. Over to first base. So a slow roll single for Zequan Chain loads the bases, and the trouble is still not done as the lineup turns over.
Very difficult play. Final just able to barehand it. That's going to send George Samus out to the mound. It looks like it's going to wrap up the afternoon for Timpanelli. It's just been tough. Single after single after single. You get paper cutted to death. The next thing you know, you're going to your bullpen just 2/3 of the way through this.
Baseball going into the hands of George Samus. A new pitcher on the mound. We'll talk about him when we come back. You're watching BCL on AABaseball.tv. Bottom of the first inning coming up here in a 5-0 game early as the Cougars look to try to strike back and get some runs of their own. They'll have to do it against Yanwei Chen, the pitcher for the brothers, and just like everybody on this roster, pretty green when it comes to pitching in the major league level. 25 years old, signed with the brothers but has not pitched in the minor league or professional. He's in that developmental system for the CPBL. Tries to get a lot of command over velocity and work the strike zone. As he misses low there to Elvis Peralta, the shortstop and leadoff man for the Cougars. The lineup put together by George Samus. It'll be Peralta followed by Josh Allen, Dylan Thomas, Jabari Henry, Josh Raywalt, Max Murphy, Claudio Final, Jax Groshans, and Ray Zuberer for this Cougars lineup.
A little different look for George Samus this afternoon after sending out one of the more dangerous lineups against the Diablos Rojos. But again, this is some of the best players the American Association has to offer, and Elvis Peralta had a very strong end to the season in 2025 with the Gary South Shore Railcats.
And he's having a strong start here in his debut in the CPBL with a base hit. Should say BCL. So Elvis Peralta leading off the inning and getting some wheels aboard for the Cougars.
He has 31 stolen bases on the season. He was only caught 11 times. And I talked to some of the guys with Kane County before the Diablos game, and they said you don't really need to steal when any single one of these guys on your ball club could go yard. However, when you're trailing by 5 early on, you want to see if you can manufacture any sort of momentum.
There's another look at that Cougars lineup. A lot of guys that are new, as you mentioned, in this group. It just runs deep and a lot of power still all the way through. And we saw guys like Dylan Thomas and this man Josh Allen have big games. Josh Allen batting near the bottom of the order yesterday, or I should say 2 days ago. Gets all the way up to second here as we see that pickoff move again. As Trevor mentioned, I mean, a lot of wheels over there for Elvis Peralta. Chen trying to hold him close. First pitch into Allen, first pitch swinging, going deep into left field, looking up his chain, and you can forget about it. Another blast for Josh Allen, and the birthday boy goes deep for a 2-run shot.
Welcome to the birthday bash, Josh Allen. It's his second home run of the tournament. He collects RBIs 3 and 4 on just one swing. 402 to left field off the bat, 96.6 miles an hour. And again, that 31 launch angle, you can play that here inside of Estadio Alfredo Harp Helu. Take a look, and that ball right off the get-go, that was going to find a seat.
Well, that's a big answer early for the Cougars in back-to-back games with home runs for Josh Allen. Just like that, 5-2. And what a way to introduce a young arm in Yanwei Chen.
And there's no panic from this Kane County ball club. So what if they're down 5 in the top half of the first inning? They know what lineup they have behind them, and then it just continues to run deep. All-star after all-star after all-star over the course of the 2025 season. And another one in Dylan Thomas comes up, who not only has experience at the major league level, but also has experience in this tournament.
His third appearance in this Baseball Champions League, 2023 with the Fargo-Moorhead Redhawks. And then 2025 with the Cougars just last year. So definitely familiarity, and he certainly flashed that in game 1. Really big game for Dylan Thomas. You see there, 3 hits in the 600 average. Came across and scored 3 times as well. He was just really productive in that upper part of the order for the Cougars. And he's a guy that can do it all. Plays a good outfield, but he's got a lot of speed, decent power, good contact hitter. And now ahead 2-1 against Yanwei Chen.
I missed a chunk of the 2024 season due to injury, and it was the Fargo-Moorhead Redhawks who were certainly missing his bat. Another postseason run in 2025, and a healthy Thomas helped him once again get to the West Championship Series.
The 2-1. Thomas watches it go. And now a nice hitter's count.
Well, he's someone who does not chase very often. You have to come to him. And again, when you have Jabari Henry sitting on deck, another walk could possibly put 2 more runs on the board with just one swing.
Thought about going on that one, held off, and he did not go around. says David Solis, our third base umpire, so a walk for Thomas. The rest of our umpire crew behind the dish is Carlos Leon. David Solis mentioned at third base. At second base, we got Edwin Hernandez and Janet Moreno taking over duties at first base. Third straight Cougar aboard. And that'll bring up big Jabari Henry.
116 American Association home runs, passing Reggie Abercrombie earlier in the 2025 season. A solo king in the AA.
161 of them. As he takes strike one, a guy that you would think on paper would thrive in an environment like this. The elevation being so high and how much the baseball just seems to be flying off the bat. 35 years old for Jabari Henry. He was in the Texas Rangers organization, drafted in the 39th round back in 2009. An FIU alum in Miami, Florida. And he's all about that sunshine down south in Florida, resides in Orlando. Can't blame the man. It's 1-1. Henry lets it go. It's been a little tough so far for Yanwei Chen to get ahead of these Cougar hitters. The outfield playing pretty deep. Jabari Henry's bat at the plate. Dylan Thomas with just a modest lead over at first. And a quick check on him. Gets back safely. The defense for this brothers team in the outfield, Zaihua Chen, Chen Lun Huang, and Che Tang Chen. From left to right in the infield, Jay Chun Lin, Sheng Huan Yang, Cheng Shralun, and Xiao Yu Su, with Meng Chi Hu behind the dish. As Jabari Henry works a 3-1.
Strong postseason for Jabari. Batted .291 across the postseason. 5 home runs, 2 doubles, 17 runs batted in. .950 OPS to help get the Canaries to the Wolf Cup Finals.
An all-star last year with those numbers. He'll take the 3-1 here from Chen. Lays off and it's ball 4, so back-to-back walks for the Cougars. Still nobody out. And it just seems like it's a lot of tit for tat.
And this is the response that you are looking for. You go on the offensive side after a long defensive inning. You finally get your defense a chance to sit down, get off their feet, and get a chance to get some water, get under the shade. But not only that, you've already answered 2 of those runs on one swing from Josh Allen, and now you have the tying run already at the plate with one of the most threatening power swings across the American Association in Josh Raywald.
Raywald was good in the first game. 2 for 4, 2 runs scored. He also drew himself 2 walks, so very patient hitter. And a big opportunity for him here early. Cougars still chasing 3 runs, but it's been a very eventful first inning for both teams. See what Raywald brings with runners at first and second. He watches the first pitch all the way, and it hits the bottom zone for strike 1. Well, it's fitting for Josh Raywald to join the Canaries in 2019 after graduating from the University of Sioux Falls. It's been all about that North region in the United States from Burnsville, Minnesota, as he takes ball 1. Trevor, I know you're in Winnipeg a lot of the time. That area is just a little too cold for me.
Yeah, it certainly feels nicer today, around 61 degrees. But even in Sioux Falls right now, it is still in that faux spring area where it's on the edge of winter and spring.
Well, easy short sleeve decision for Josh Raywald. And back up the middle, drills this one for a base hit. The big turnaround for Dylan Thomas, and he's going to get around easy to score another run for the Cougars. Third base for Jabari Henry. and an RBI single for Josh Raywald.
Keeps it simple, takes it right back up the box, and this is a spinner that just hangs right out over the plate. Raywald doesn't do too much other than just send it back to his original sender. Now it brings a Max Murphy with a tying run on first and represents the go-ahead run here in just the first inning. If you want to know what this game is going to be like, you're seeing a lot of offense early on from both ball clubs, a lot of base hits, and then, of course, the two-run home run from Josh Allen. Still so much power at the plate through up and down through this order for the Kane County Cougars.
Max Murphy certainly not an exception to that. Had a big fly yesterday or 2 days ago. He's 3 for 5 in that game, a couple RBIs with that home run against the Diablos, where the Cougars just looked so impressive. It was a back-and-forth fight pretty much all the way through about the 6th inning before the Cougars just really turned it on and got a big upset win to start off this tournament. And now an opportunity for them to be the first team to get to 2 wins and really set themselves up in the driver's seat to being one of those final 2 teams come Sunday. Chen still kind of dancing all around the strike zone. It's 2-0 now to Murphy. Again, only 5 teams in the tournament this year. They each play each other once, and it just makes every game feel that much bigger, where if you drop a couple of these games, it feels like it becomes a very much long way to the top to get yourself to that game on Sunday. Only the top 2 teams as Murphy goes to the opposite field. This one lands just in front of Chen. That's going to bring home Jabari Henry, and we see Raywald head to third base. Every single Cougar getting involved early in this one, and the score starting to shrink, 5-4 now.
Now Murphy just takes us the other way. Breaking ball starting to fall away from his barrel. A little bit off the end of the bat, and it just keeps on tailing out down that right field line. And it's such an easy read for Raywald, who can see that Chen is so far away from that fair line. Ball just drops in, and he motors into third base. And as a frustrated Yanwei Chen on the bump, after getting a 5-run cushion in the top half of the first inning, serves up 4 runs. And right now, Kane County, they're not looking to stop the brakes. It's all gas and go.
That is going to be the end of Chen's afternoon, and we will see the new pitcher when we come back here in Mexico City in the BCL. Yu-Ting Liu, the new man on the mound for the CTBC brothers. From one young arm to another, just 20 years old for Ting Liu. He represented Taiwan in the U-23 Baseball World Cup. 2 appearances, 1-0 record. Pitched 4 1/3, just a 1.62 ERA. 5 strikeouts to 2 balls, but a lot like everybody on this brothers team. Just young and not a ton of experience. It's his first time pitching here in this tournament with this team.
He's going to have a tough task here. Claudio Final, who went yard back the other day in Game 1, now has a chance to swing with a tying run 90 feet away at third.
Claudio introduces the new arm with a base hit to the right side. It's going to score Raywalt. And another big turn over to third base for Max Murphy. And just like that, it's a brand new ball game. Tied 5-5 off the bat of Claudio Final.
This is a pitch on the outside half of the plate, and Final does such a good job of, again, just letting the ball travel, not trying to do too much with it. It's behind the runner. Murphy, again, knowing how deep Chen is playing and that ball's going to get to him so quick, he's able to take the easy turn to third base. He doesn't even need to see Chris Coase's wave sign. That's just more throwing it into automatic.
I believe that's the third time now we've seen singles with runners going from first to third and then scoring on the play. It's just been consistent action and offense from this Cougars team. Still nobody out. And now Jack Scroshan's getting his first at-bat in this BCL tournament. Doing the catching today, the 27-year-old from Lafayette, Louisiana, went to the University of Kansas. He's with the Cleburne Railroaders in 2024 and 2025, just signing with the Chicago Dogs, though, in the American Association. So he takes one outside.
In 2025, he opened the season up in the Los Angeles Angels organization, Class AA Rocket City, and came back to Cleburne for the 2025 regular season.
Another guy with some big league experience, at least in the minor leagues. A lot of those with the Cougars. We've seen a lot with the Diablos, Dantos in there as well. And a very patient approach now from Groshans as he's up 3-0. And it just seems like the Cougars are picking up right where they left off 2 nights ago against the Diablos. See what Groshans does here with the 3-0. Taken all the way, and it's an inside pitch regardless. So Groshan reaching first base and loading the bases.
And things just continuing to go haywire on the brothers after starting off this game, leading 5-0. It's now Kane County with an opportunity with the bases loaded. The 9-hitter Ray Zuber III gets a chance to swing.
And welcome to the tournament, Ray Zuber III. First time we've seen him, and he was on an impressive run with the Lake Country Dockhounds last year. 257, 11 home runs, 44 RBIs. Stole 17 bases as well. And a big part of that offense. And there's the story here. That's just getting started, but still no outs. 8 hitters in. It's 5 straight balls for Yuting Liu to start his after the single given up by Final. His numbers in this tournament: 1 walk, 1 strikeout, 1 inning pitched going into today. Big swing and a miss there by Zuberer to even up the count at 1.
11 home runs in the 2025 season, 81 games played with Lake Country. A guy who can do a little bit of everything on the base paths as well. Has good range out in the outfield. He's playing center field this afternoon.
Another guy with some ABL experience, one from each team. We were talking about that with the brothers yesterday. The Claxton Shield. So look over at Max Murphy on third base. Claudio Final on second, and it's Jack Groshans on first. Still nobody out here in the bottom of the first inning. And the 2-1. Hammered but fouled to the left side. Seems like it's a competition right now by these Cougars on who's going to make this first out. We saw the brothers bat around. Cougars, unless we see some crazy triple play, will do the same. Don't put it past it. We've already seen a lot in this tournament. Quick check at second base on Claudio Final by Yuting Liu. He'll get reset here for the 2-2 back home. Corners inching in here for the brothers. Middle infield in that double play depth. And the 2-2 swung on and missed. So Liu able to come back and get Zuber for his second strikeout of the tournament in the first today.
There's the first out of the inning as well, and that's a big movement for the brothers after just trying to figure out a way to cool off these Cougar bats. And goes with the breaking ball, and it just spins right underneath the hands of Zuber. After seeing a bunch of fastballs, turns the spinner around. It's really tough to go after that pitch after seeing upstairs heaters.
Well, it rolls the lineup back over, and Elvis Peralta started this whole thing off back in the first inning with a single, came around and scored. As we get ready for part 2 of this first inning.
We are almost an hour into this ball game, and we're still in the first.
A lot of offense. Still just one out. Peralta holds the swing, says David Solis. So quick 2-0 count to him. Both clubs burning through the starting pitching. Going to the bullpen early. 5 runs on 7 hits for the brothers, just consecutive singles, and now 5 runs on 5 hits for the Cougars. With another big fly by Josh Allen, who sits on deck. Big swing from Elvis Peralta, makes it 2-1. Seems like there's a little bit more control here by Yu-Ting Liu. Is he starting to settle into this game? Off speed just misses low. A good take there by Peralta.
Class AAA experience with the Las Vegas and Oakland Athletics organization. Split the 2025 season in the Atlantic League with York and Gary South Shore Railcats in the AA.
It's a good season for Elvis Peralta. A guy to certainly look forward to here in the upcoming season as he takes one off the arm, and that's going to be our second hit-by-pitch RBI we've seen in this game, and it also will give the Kane County Cougars the lead.
Things are kind of rolling bad to worse now for the brothers, and it keeps on rolling along, and it's the guy who homered earlier, Josh Allen, stepping back in with the bases packed, and it's just been station to station, mostly for Kane County.
Josh Allen's second time here in the Baseball Champions League. He played last year for the Cougars. Also a part of both back-to-back championship teams. On this Cougars team in the American Association, was going to call it quits after the season last year and gave it some thought, heard from his longtime manager, George Samus. Their relationship goes back to the St. Paul Saints before going to the Kane County Cougars, and George Samus called him up and said, listen, nobody's ever gone for the three-peat. Do you want to be the first? And Josh Allen said, you got me. And he's back one more year and here in the Baseball Champions League. Already 2 home runs to start his campaign and up in a big spot with the bases loaded. One for one today with a 2-run bomb. You see that batting average at .750. Good spot there by Yu-Ting Liu. He's dropping into that inside corner for strike number 1.
Well, he's so patient at the plate. He led the American Association in the postseason with 9 walks.
It's a big part of his game. As you see him take there on that high fastball. Good elevation change by Liu, but Allen wasn't falling for it. Allen's longtime teammate Claudio Final standing on third base. You get a good view of Mexico City. Can't just barely see the mountains in the background. As the day goes on, they'll get more and more clear, and it is a beautiful sight line. As Allen puts another charge into left field for a base hit, and he'll pick up his 3rd RBI of the game as everybody goes station to station, and Claudio Final comes in to score.
Checkerboard baseball, another base hit, and just continues to roll for the Cougars. It's 7-5 now, and here comes the always dangerous Dylan Thomas. And once again, another guy starting to warm up, and they're going right to the left-hander in the bullpen. So this will be the 3rd pitcher for the brothers here in just the bottom of the 1st. And remember, they're still only just 1 away.
Yeah, they got to find some sort of consistency, and it will be the pitching change. So, as you said, Trevor, 3rd pitcher coming in here for the brothers. We're going to step away one more time as the Cougars still have the bases loaded, just 1 out. We'll see how it goes when we come back. Ko-Lun Chi, the new pitcher for Chinese Taipei, and this brothers team coming in at a tough spot. The bases loaded and just one out. The heart of this order for the Cougars due up with Dylan Thomas. So Ko-Lun Che. A tough opportunity and a big ask to try to get out of this inning for the brothers. Just 21 years old and making his debut in this tournament. As Thomas steps in. Brothers going for that lefty-lefty matchup. And remember from Ko-Lun Che, he's got that kind of funky arm action motion. Hard to pick up. Thomas just being a consistent threat for the Cougars in this tournament so far, but a good location. That is an artist at work there on that outside corner to get the 0-2. Thomas with a defensive swing hard to the left side and foul. Well, we mentioned it the third time that Dylan Thomas has been a part of this tournament, and if anybody's got the experience and the leadership to help out these guys that are here for the first time, it's certainly Dylan Thomas. As he fouls this one off as well.
Highly respected around the American Association, not just by his teammates, but also when he goes into the All-Star game representing the West Division. And it seems like he gravitates a ton of guys around him, not just Major League experience, but also a top 10 human being.
And that's always good. Just re-signed with the Fargo-Moorhead Redhawks before coming down here to Mexico. And he has fouled off 3 straight now. So it's good to have Dylan Thomas sticking around the American Association for another year.
Just loves to play the game. I think you can say that about pretty much every single guy on that roster who's in that first base dugout. They wouldn't be here if they didn't enjoy it.
That is the truth. As Thomas does go down. Or no, did he foul that one off? He did. Couldn't squeeze it, was Meng Chi Hu. So Thomas, 4 straight foul balls, is refusing to go down. Be the 7th pitch of the at-bat coming up. Base is still loaded, just 1 out. And a step off by Ko-Lun Che. He's played with Taiwan in the Asian Winter Baseball League, but first time representing Chinese Taipei here on any scale. I know we kind of touched on this yesterday, but regardless of how this tournament ends for the brothers, these young guys getting this experience to play against former major leaguers, minor league players, guys that might make it into that system anyway, is just huge for their confidence going forward and what they can bring to their respective leagues in the CPBL.
Eventually, you're going to see these guys make their way up the roster, and if any of these guys do crack that CTBC brothers, the big brothers, and the Chinese Professional Baseball League, they're bringing a wealth of experience back with them.
Thomas fouls off another one, and this lengthy at-bat continues.
One of the experiences is going to be how to play with a lead, and so far we've seen in this tournament, they've had some difficulties holding that lead. We saw that today in just the first inning, leading up 5-0 going into the bottom of the frame, and they just haven't been able to just stop any sort of bleeding, and especially going back to the late stages yesterday when the Crocodiles came back and put a 6 spot on the board.
Another foul ball by Dylan Thomas. That is now 10 pitches. The next one will be the 11th pitch of this at-bat. Like the inning could get any longer. Almost at an hour for the first inning.
We're just 4 minutes away from doing that.
The young pitcher Ko-Lun Che trying to figure out what he can get here for Dylan Thomas to put him away. Goes with a low pitch, and Thomas able to lay off that breaking ball and run the count full. Longest at-bat of the tournament by far. 12th pitch coming up. It has been an epic lefty-lefty battle here in the bottom of the first. just misses on the inside zone, and a well-earned walk by Dylan Thomas to bring in another run. And the Cougars go up 8-0.
I mean, 8 runs in just 1 inning is big enough as it is. Combine that with 5 runs in the top half of the 5th inning, or top half of the 1st inning. It just continues to roll its way through, and we are surely about to hit this 1 hour mark.
Brings up Jabari Henry. Walked his first time around, came around and scored. And now the base is loaded. Missing inside is Che, and he's got to be very careful with Jabari. See that little breaking ball just going a little too far inside. And now missing high and behind 2-0 against one of the most dangerous bats as far as power in this Cougars lineup.
13 combined runs here in just the 1st inning, and a 3-run lead is all the Cougars have at the moment, but they can double that here.
It's been some easy takes so far. Kind of pinching around Jabari Henry. Now Colin Che's got to dig deep in the bag of tricks to try to come back in this at-bat. Otherwise, risks walking in yet another run. The 3-0. Henry taking all the way, and it's ball 4. 4 straight balls to Jabari Henry and back-to-back walks. Another run comes in. It's 9-5 Cougars in the 5th walk of the game. And let's just say 5th walk of the inning for the brothers.
Yeah, things are going from tough to bad to worse in this inning for the brothers. I mean, go back to their offensive side of things. They look so sharp coming into the game. Base hit after base hit after base hit, manufacturing runs. And then on the other side, they just cannot find a way to just stop this bleeding. Remember, there's still only just 1 out in the frame.
That Chinese Taipei bullpen is starting to get worked again. We've already seen 3 pitchers that have combined for 1 out in this game. Came with a strikeout by Ray Zuber earlier in the inning. 4 Cougars have already reached base twice in the same inning. And Josh Raywald steps back in with the bases loaded. He singled and came around to score his first time. Picked up an RBI. Another guy with a great pair of eyes. He is going to make sure he gets what he's looking for, especially with the 5th straight. Make it 6th straight ball thrown by Che. Finally pumps one in for a strike. It's Josh Allen on 3rd, Dylan Thomas 2nd, Jabari Henry on 1st base for the Cougars. And catches that outside edge. It's Colin Che. In a rare sight, a Cougar is down in the count, 1-2 now. Just that cutter breaking away and just catching the edge. 1-2. Raywald fouls it off and stays alive. It's an off day yesterday for the Cougars. And kind of a weirder schedule to have to play at night in such a high-profile game against the Diablos. It's a basic home game for them, having the day off, then having to come back and play in the morning. So Raywald takes outside.
Oh, and that off day really kind of gives you a chance to reset yourself, especially preparing for a morning game, getting yourself hydrated the night before, especially being in the sunshine where you're already in the dryness of the elevation, and then plus the extra bit of heat coming off the turf.
They will play the rest of the way through. A nice stop there by Meng Chi Hu on the bouncer in, and it runs the count full. If the Cougars pull out a win today, the worst they'll finish in the pool play is 2-2. Be the only team currently with 2 wins. There's currently 2 teams left with no losses. And outside and missed. Back-to-back-to-back walks by Kolung Che, and another run comes in to score. That's Josh Allen. And the Cougars get to double digits with 10. And we're going to see another mound visit here. Possibly another pitching change. At the very least, a conversation. And it is going to be a pitching change. Wei Shane Lin will be the new man on the mound for the brothers. The fourth in this inning. Still just one out for the Cougars. Seeing if they can do more damage. We're going to step aside for just a moment. We'll continue the coverage here for the BCL when we come back. 12-9 here in the bottom of the 5th inning between the brothers and the Cougars. Game number 5. So we reached about that halfway point here in Mexico City. What a tournament it's been so far. A pleasure to watch all of these different representations. Nice shot of the elephant, by the way, for the brothers.
Yeah, he's a cutie. Has the hat on and everything.
Didn't see that plushie when I was visiting the Diablos team store yesterday.
I don't think they would bring him in from Chinese Taipei.
Got a new man on the mound. It's Chan Cheng Lin for the brothers. And right away, it looks like a pitch clock violation. So be a 1-0 start for Dylan Thomas. And now make it 1-1. Quickly evens it back up.
It's been a rarity to see. We've only had 2 pitch clock violations called so far in the tournament.
Well, and again, it is a rule that once a runner gets aboard, the pitch clock disappears. So that's probably part of the reason for the scarcity is it can only happen when there's nobody on base. Not a ton on Chang. He's been in that CPBL system for a minute. He's 26 years old, but he mixes up his pitches mostly with a fastball, and he'll come back with his secondary pitches to try to get that weak contact.
He's going to have a handful, though. 3, 4, 5, Dylan Thomas, Jabari Henry, and Josh Raywald.
Certainly going through the gauntlet. You see Dylan Thomas's number there, 667. He is having himself a really good tournament as well. And a lot of that has to do with what he did there. Another walk for Dylan Thomas, his 3rd of the game. Such a patient hitter. Seventh of the game overall for the Cougars. Leadoff man aboard once again. Wei Shenglin did good work for Chinese Taipei. 3 2/3, 4 hits, 2 earned runs, 2 strikeouts to keep him in the game. Just saw the numbers there for Lin. He had a rough outing his first time out, and again, we talked about it. That has been kind of the issue with this Chinese Taipei team. It's just been tough to find consistency out of the bullpen. And I think that comes with just inexperience. A lot of these guys, I mean, fresh out of high school, couple of games in the minor leagues, and you're going up against former big leaguers and guys that have been in major league systems and minor league systems for a very long time. They've seen all the tricks that pitchers might have. But at the end of the day, it'll be a good experience for this young brothers team. Jabari Henry officially 0 for 1 in this game. He's got 2 walks. It's part of the big run scored in that first inning. One. Kicks away, and right away, Dylan Thomas heading for second base, and he is standing up. What a heads-up play by Dylan Thomas.
That's such a smart base running decision, knowing that it is a breaking baller type count. And this is an off-speed pitch that just falls right in front of the plate, and Thomas immediately breaking when he sees that breaking ball downstairs. That's why he's in about 2 paces ahead of the throw.
Yeah, you got to make that decision right away, and that's what he does. It was a good stop by Meng Chi Hu to not let that go to the backstop, but in the end, it didn't matter because of the quick decision-making and the speed of Dylan Thomas. And now Jabari Henry sitting in the box with a good count, 2-1. Big swing there by Henry, but a miss. Makes it 2-2.
He's got a bit of a smile on his face. He knew that was a pitch that he could do damage with, just a tick behind it.
Longtime member of the American Association. Already talked about it, the home run king in that league, and it has been a pleasure to have Jabari Henry as a part of it for so many years, and at least one more year to come. A lot of big moments. I know one you probably don't like to talk about, Trevor, but the Winnipeg Goldeyes taking a no-hitter all the way to the 9th inning.
That was in the bottom of the 11th
Bottom of the 11th. And Jabari Henry with a walk-off home run, the only hit of the game for the Sioux Falls Canaries.
At the very bottom of the fair pull down the right field line. Maybe 310 feet if it was that distance.
And he's going to collect his 3rd walk of the game. So clearly the power on the mind of Chinese Taipei with Jabari Henry. Second walk issued now by Cheng Lin.
It doesn't get any easier with Raywald. I mean, you are just really in a gauntlet of 3 batters in a row, 3, 4, and 5. But then, it continues with Murphy and then Final. Groshans even has some pop. We've seen that before over the American Association. It really is such a depthful lineup, 1 through 9, and it doesn't matter which lineup George Samus has put out there. It's this lineup that he's got rolling here this afternoon. We saw it in Game 1 back on Tuesday against Diablos. It doesn't matter who he puts in this lineup card. It's got guys who can produce up and down this order.
It's a really impressive team, and George Samus, we kind of talked to him a little bit too before this tournament started about things he was looking for from last year to this year, and he's kind of in the same boat as Josh Allen. We're just getting that experience and getting to understand the elevation and the kind of players that are needed for a tournament like this. Obviously, you're going to have a lot of Cougars players, and that's deserved being the champions in the American Association, but carefully picking who else comes as well, and I think he's done a great job when you look at guys like Dylan Thomas and Max Murphy and Fernandez in that first game, how well they have really fit into this roster. It's a ground ball softly hit to first base and a flip over to the second baseman, and it's safe. How about the hustle by Josh Raywald?
We're going to hold things up. We might have a challenge, and they're not even going to take a look at the rest of the bench. Immediately, Cheng Ping is going to call for the challenge system, so here we go.
This was in the Bermuda Triangle in the infield. We'll get a look at it right here. Raywald laying out completely. It was Chang Shru Lun who covered second base on this play. Cheng Lin, the pitcher, not able to make it over in time. It was nicely put together. But here's a good angle of it right here. It's a clean flip.
Yep, this should be overturned rather quickly.
And it's in the glove.
Yeah, they're going for the headsets. This will be quick.
So we do have a review in play right now, and I think rightfully so on the call for the brothers. If it is indeed overturned, it'll be 1 out, but second and third still almost acting like a bunt by Josh Raywald. And you got to really commend the effort, though. Laying out and getting the slide, and it looks like we do have an out call here on Raywald. That is the right call.
He made it close, though.
The old 3-4 over at first base. Not one you write down in your scorebook very often, Trevor.
Yeah, maybe on bunts every once in a while, but and that draws the infield up point blank on Murphy.
Well, you don't want to let this inning get away from you if you're Chinese Taipei. Again, they're only chasing 3 runs. They've done a nice job keeping themselves in this game. But we know Murphy certainly carries a lot of power. Watches for ball number 1. Hit a big fly in that first game for the Cougars against the Diablos. 4 hits already, 500 on the batting average.
Pretty much everything's been the opposite field for Murphy.
He's got 1 hit today with an RBI, and this one now. Deep into center field, backing up to the wall, looking up, it is gone. Max Murphy right on cue. A 3-run blast, and this thing gets opened up again.
Now, when things are going well for Murphy, he's going to his pull side, but then he's also shown the opposite field power, and he goes dead central with this one off the bat of 103. It carries beyond that right center field wall. It just had so much extra drift on it, and the wind very slightly going back to the hitter's friendly side. And Murphy, he knew he got enough of it, and it just kept on tracking back, and it found its own seat in the third row.
Off the railing out there in dead center field. I mean, it's just, again, a testament to the elevation plus the wind heading directly out in that. I thought just the way that Huang was lining that up, it might be a routine fly ball, and he just kept backing up, backing up, backing up. And just like that, it was out of here. So make it 15-9, and now a hard hit ball by Claudio Final gets into the center field gap. Fielded by Huang, and runners aboard again now for the Cougars.
Something about some sort of offense that just clicks for you. Once you get that first hit going, it kind of just gets everyone else sparked up. And I don't really know exactly what it is, but it's just contagious. And you see it all the time, not just in our league, but you also see it in Major League Baseball. That's how rallies begin. And it's so hard to connect those singles and doubles and home runs across the course of an inning. But when you see it actually happening in practice, you really kind of gain the appreciation of when a big inning starts, it's always because of one little spark.
See if this big inning continues. Already 3 runs across off the blast by Murphy. Jack Scroshen's 0 for 2 today. He did walk back in that first. And something else we talked about in that first game, Trevor, was the taking advantage of the walks by the Cougars and scoring runs off the walks. And they've been doing the same thing again today. 2 walks to start this inning. Both of those walks ended up scoring. Several walks in that first inning. It was the same deal as Groshen's puts this one into center field. Wang drifting around, able to get underneath it and make the catch. So a good comeback there by Chan Cheng Lin, the pitcher, for 2 outs.
And what you're noticing as well in the last couple of ball games with the walks, and this is a Cougars ball club, you just can't give up free bases too. You also can't give up free outs with errors. And we saw that what happens when you give the Cougars that back in the game 1 against Diablos. It was the error in right by Marmoleos, and that extended an inning and allowed Kane County to tie a game up early on. And it was kind of a struggle. That offense was slow to get going, and eventually it would lead to them taking the big lead and getting the victory in hand. But we saw that with Los Santos. You can't give good teams free out or free bases.
Hard ground ball that stays fair, and Zuber can't believe it. But Sue able to just throw out the glove and step on first, and that is how the inning will end. But not before the Cougars strike on 3 more runs on the long ball by Max Murphy. See if there's any answers in the top of the 6th by this brothers team. Got a few more to play here in game number 1 on day 3 in the BCL tournament. Back here for some 6th inning action in Estadio Alfredo. Harp, Helu. There's a new man on the mound, Logan Nissen. Longtime Cougar, a part of that championship team last year. Did see him come into the game in Game 1 against the Diablos. Did give up that big home run, but last season for the Cougars, he was a big part of the back end of that bullpen, a big setup man, usually coming in that 7th, 8th inning before Jake Gozo. It's behind 1-0 and catches that upper edge for strike 1.
44 games, 1 save recorded, a 2.47 ERA, 47 1/3 innings of work, 41 strikeouts, just 13 runs, all of them earned. It was really important for that back end of the bullpen for Kane County.
Especially in the postseason. Went 9 2/3, 1-0 record, and carried a 0 ERA through it all.
That's so important to have, is when your setup man is giving your closer an opportunity to come in fresh and not have to worry about possibly 4-out saves.
He gets 7, 8, 9 in this Chinese Taipei order. This one grounds to the left side and just foul. Final tried to field that on a backhand. Instead, evens the count at 2. Just 0 for 1 for Chu-Tang Chen. Despite 3 at-bats, had a strikeout in the first inning, a sacrifice fly in the second, and walked in the 4th. See what Nissen goes with here on the 2-2. This one drilled into left field. Backing up is Thomas, looking up and into the bullpen. It is the first home run of this tournament for Chinese Taipei, and it comes off the bat of Chu-Tang Chen.
He gets something out on the inner half of the plate, gives it a pretty good ride. Off the bat, 405. Off the distance, 405. Off the bat of just 95 miles an hour. Yeah, the elevation will certainly play there. He got all of it.
Yeah, he barreled that one up for sure. Definitely the hardest hit ball we've seen from this brothers team.
He knew it off the bat. A young kid getting a chance to swing it in. Gets one out of the ballpark in a game where it just seems like momentum could turn at any moment. And you're looking for any sort of spark if you're this brothers ball club.
Well, they are certainly keeping themselves around. Despite some big innings and crooked numbers from the Cougars, they lead by just 5. See what Yang does now. Watches strike 1. A nice location by Logan Nissen.
They're talking about the walks issued by the brothers pitching staff, and there's a reason why Kane County is leading by 5 runs, yet they have 1 less hit.
All those walks have certainly added up, as Nissen does a really nice job to come back. We saw this against the Diablos as well, and he still got a pitch to go, but he gave up the home run and then immediately struck out the next batter he faced. And he did that all season as well in Kane County. Just that one-track mind and short mindset to just go on to the next guy and get the out.
You can live with solo shots.
Absolutely. Especially in a game like this. 8 walks, by the way, by the brothers in this one. Has been 5 by the Cougars, 4 from Kyle Krieger. Finishes his day with 2 earned runs, 3 hits, and 2 innings pitched. Those 4 walks to go along with it. Meanwhile, Xinghei Yang able to even up the count 2-2. Fouls it off, keeps himself alive. This doesn't necessarily overwhelm you with power. Can get into the 90s, but it's more about location and just mixing up the speeds. He's an East Division All-Star in 2022. He just missed out being an All-Star last season as part of the last man voted in. And now falls behind 3-2.
Oh, this is such an important pitch here. So it gets you to the 8-hitter with either 1 man on or 1 away and a run already in.
It's the bottom part of the order as well. Again, we've seen production from this brothers lineup as Yang refuses to go down. it's just so different than any other style of the teams we've seen so far in this tournament. I guess we've seen all of them, all 5 teams. This is definitely the team to me that stands out as far as just the way they play baseball.
Contact first at the bats. And played pretty strong defense so far. Just a couple of errors so far in the tournament.
And it's a low pitch, so Nissen ends up walking Yang after being ahead 0-2.
They're
Sixth
so
walk.
pesky.
They are. It's the 6th walk of the game.
That's the other thing. They really do a good job of controlling that strike zone, taking their free passes when they get them. They don't go chasing all that often.
We've seen that all tournament long as well. It's just, one former major leaguer, at least in a major league system. That is the pitcher that we saw earlier in Hui Sheng Lin. All these young guys that are just making debuts and a lot of just contact, small ball, fast and bunting. Completely different style than every other team in this tournament. Zequan Chain has been having a pretty good tournament. 429. He's got 2 hits today. Runs scored back in that 5th. He softly grounds this one to short. Peralta fields it cleanly over to Allen for 1, and then to first base, not in time. The speed of Chain getting himself there. So the fielder's choice gets Yang out at second, but Chain aboard at first.
That completely saws him off with that fastball in on the hands. And Peralta, just a strike over to Allen for the 1. A little bit of a pretty strong slide by Chen to at least break up the double play. Allen's not able to get as strong of a throw off. Even if it was, though, you mentioned it, Yang was hustling down that first base line. Didn't think it was going to be enough time to get the throw off.
Yeah, it was such a really kind of weakly hit ball over to short that by the time Peralta got it, Chain was pretty much halfway there already. And now the lineup turns back over, and Shulun Chung has certainly been having himself a good day. It's 2 for 3, 2 hits, or 2 runs scored, and an RBI. And now this one lifted into right center field. Moving over is Max Murphy. Calls off Zuber, the center fielder, and makes the catch for out number 1. Should say out number 2. So nice job by Nissen to kind of settle down here after the home run and the walk to force the fielder's choice, and then the routine fly out into right field. Chunlin Wang now settling in for the brothers. Good stop by Groshans there behind the plate. A low ball for ball number 1. 364 average in the tournament for Chunlin Huang. 1 hit today and an RBI back in the 2nd inning. 15-10. Your eyes do not deceive you. 25 total runs and 5 2/3 played between these two teams. $15 of those runs all in the 1st inning. An inning that lasted about an hour and 5 minutes we clocked it at.
I think we were at an hour and 10.
Hour and 10 minutes. Way inside by Nissen on that one. Make it 2-1.
There's another bluff run at first base from Yang. Yeah, it got Elvis Peralta biting and a couple of steps evaded from that shortstop position.
All a part of the games that this brothers team plays. We know there's some wheels over there. No steal attempts yet in this one. And Nissen misses outside, so it's 3-1.
I think we're starting to figure out that stealing bases, while yes, it can help you over the course of a tournament, especially when you're needing to move production and get some guys in motion. We're figuring out that base hits are automatically putting runners in an extra base anyways.
Another miss by Nissen. 2nd walk of the game for him. 2nd walk of the inning. And now 1st and 2nd.
I think it's Kane County's bullpen moving again. I saw Derek Cherry on the mound earlier stretching. Now he's starting to run around in the bullpen. Groshans goes out and has a quick chat to help smooth things over here. It's just been a very interesting couple of innings from some of the bullpen arms. I saw Kyle Krieger having some control issues earlier on. Zach Veen was a little bit sporadic at times. Again, you're learning to pitch in elevation. It's going to take a couple of batters to get yourself back into it. But now you're at a dangerous spot where you're just one swing away and you're putting yourself within bloop and blast territory. And this is a dangerous batter who can certainly put a charge into something.
That is Xiao Yu Su. And you are right, Trevor. He's been having himself a good day already. Especially with runners in scoring position, he can be dangerous. He fouls off the first pitch. 3, 4, and 5. Potentially what Nissen would have to face if this continues. Right in the middle of this brothers' order. The 0-1. 84 miles an hour just floats it in for strike number 2. Be the top of the order due up for the Cougars, the bottom of the 6th. Payoff pitch. This one into right field. Murphy drifting over towards the line and makes the routine catch out there. But we do see the first home run of Chinese Taipei off the bat of Chui Tang Chen, and another run to get this a little bit closer. 5 runs might seem like a lot, but not in this atmosphere between these two teams. We'll be right back for the bottom of the 6th. Top of the 7th coming up here at Estadio Alfredo Harp, Helu. Beautiful location for this BCL tournament, and there is Art Warren. Second appearance here in the Baseball Champions League 2026. His first one, pretty good, helped steady the storm for the Cougars against the Diablos. Came in for an inning and gave up 1 hit, but a strikeout as well. He gets the call here in the 7th inning against the Brothers. First pitch to Wei Ta-Su is outside for ball 1. Just celebrated his 32nd birthday, March 23rd, 1993, for Art Warren. So happy belated birthday to him. Drafted by the Seattle Mariners in the 23rd round in the 2015 amateur draft. Last pro game came against the Chicago Cubs in 2022. 2 innings pitched, 2 hits, and a strikeout. 3 earned runs on top of it. He's quickly behind, though, 3-0 to Wei Ta-Su.
He's one of the top velocity arms in this Kane County Cougars bullpen. Fastball's usually sitting around that 95 to 96 range.
Really tough to hit in the American Association. That certainly translates into this tournament. You got to locate it, see what happens on the 3-0. That one right down the middle at 96, speaking of it. It's just amazing how fast 96 comes at you. I mean, even just compared to 91, 92. It is a blink of an eye and a snap-second decision. But he misses outside. 5-pitch walk to Wei Ta-Su. His 3rd of the game.
Now, leadoff walks are not ideal. That puts you in a situation where you got to come right back to work with a man on base, and it does give you a chance to reset with the time it does take for them to make their way back to first. But you're going into the middle of this order, and they've been producing so far today, so you need to get your bearings set in order. Look for a ground ball to one of your middle infielders.
It's the 8th walk of the day for the Cougars, 16th total in the game by both teams. Final on the edge of the grass over at 3rd. Expecting a potential bunt here by Chu Chun Lin. Started his day off well. A couple of RBIs early in this game, but grounded into a double play in the 4th and then flew out in the 5th. And a quick conversation now between Groshans and Warren.
Everything's just running arm side on Warren. There's a good chance for Groshans to go in, just reset everything, slow something down, and just get Warren back in the right swing of things.
It's the hardest thing when you can throw that hard, because when you can locate in the zone and hit your edges, it is almost an impossible pitch to hit at a level like this, but finding that control can be a little bit difficult when you're throwing up in the 95, 96 mile an hour range. The 1-0 to Lin. Looked like he was going to bunt, pulled it back. And it's 2-0.
And we're just seeing this from this Kane County Cougars pitching side so far. It's a lot of just spraying around.
It's been 7 pitches for Warren, 6 of them balls. He sneaks in a strike there, just on the inside edge. It was pulled back on the bunt once again by Lin. They're chasing 5. 3 innings to play. And a good fight back here now by Warren. Make it 2-2. A bright spot in all 3 games, Chu Chun Lin. Consistent threat on the bases. He's played a pretty good third base as well. And there was 97 on the gun by Warren, but too far to the outside.
That's the second time he's hit 97, and it's pretty much the same exact location as well as the first one.
He's got to bring it back in more. I mean, he can hit the edge on that. It's almost impossible to hit from that left-handed side. Here's the 3-2. Swing and a miss. Mixes up the speed at 87. Gets Lynn out in front of it, and strikeout number 1 for Art Warren.
Oh, that's also what part of it is 97 off the outside corner, and then he just comes back and then spins something around. 10 miles an hour of a difference of speed. It really changes your timing up, and especially when you're consistently seeing that 96, 97, you throw the wrinkle in it, you're not really getting anything done there.
That's the beauty of it. If you can just locate that fastball and just pick and choose when you want to throw what, keep them on their toes always.
I mean, it comes down to tunneling, like how your fastball and your slider look coming out of the same location. Like you see it with Paul Skeens quite a bit with the Pittsburgh Pirates, is that almost everything comes out of his hand pretty much the exact same way, and then you look at the way things are starting to move around. That slider then just starts, and about 3/4 of the way through starts to flip its way back to the other side. Then you go with the changeup, same exact thing. It starts moving towards the outside and then comes back to the inside. It just is so important to be able to mix up your pitches and have them all tunnel around the same location.
This one misses low for 2-0. If you haven't seen that Paul Skeens video, the overlay of all the balls and where they start and where they break away, it is something to behold, and he is certainly one of the best young pitchers in the game. And honestly, I think you can go a step above that. I think he's just simply one of the best pitchers in the game.
That's him and Tarek Skubal, 1 and 2.
This one squirts away here from Groshans, and that's going to move Sue over to second base.
Rare pass ball. Groshans, usually a sure-handed catcher, and this one backs up on Warren. Tries to go with the slider, and looks like Groshans gets a little bit kind of handcuffed on himself.
It just kind of looked like he had the glove flipped the wrong way. Maybe he wasn't expecting as much break as there was there from Warren, who's, again, in a little bit of trouble here behind 3-0 to Meng Chi Hu.
It just wasn't enough break. That one backs up on him, so it looks like it's supposed to start going more left. But again, the elevation, you don't get the same sort of spin, so that ball kind of cement mixes a bit.
The 3-0. High and inside. Walk, strikeout, walk. The stat line so far for Warren. Puts runners at first and second, just 1 out. 7, 8, 9 due up here for the brothers. And David Holmberg going to come out, the pitching coach for the Cougars, and have a conversation with Warren. Bullpen is active once again for the Cougars as well as the brothers. We won't see a call to the pen here, but this is obviously a dangerous situation for Warren, and even more so with Shea-Chang Chen stepping up. He has been having a good day. The sacrifice fly back in the second, but the only home run of the tournament so far for Chinese Taipei. Back in the 6th inning. It's the lefty warming up for the Cougars, Jordan Martinson. Thank you for the assist, Trevor.
Binoculars certainly help.
Thought it was a good bring.
It was.
The binocs.
I wouldn't have enough room in my suitcase. I'm not exactly good at doing these packing things. I have an overpacking problem when it comes to that. Just
Well, especially if you get souvenirs or whatever else.
you
always got to bring a slightly bigger bag whenever you go on a trip.
Yeah, I'm going to have some trouble getting everything back in the suitcase to head back north.
You just sit on top of it and zip. You'll be all right. Tang Chen taking strike number 1 by Warren. 96 down the middle. Blasted a solo shot to lead off the 6th inning. Into the brothers' bullpen. An opportunity to try to cut into this lead here in the 7th. This one almost got away from Warren, just barely misses the back of Chen and evens the count at 1. Wind blowing slightly left to right. It's that right center field gap. Just missing off the edge.
Quality pitch, too. Again, they just don't chase that often.
Really disciplined team as we've seen this Chinese Taipei. See what Chen does now with a 2-1. Goes in the opposite way this time. Murphy floating over, seeing if he has enough room in the corner, and he does. So a nice catch by Max Murphy. The tag by Sue gets him to third, but if you're the Cougars, you'll take that.
That's a long fly out down the right field line. Looks like it was slicing foul. Murphy has just enough room, and that wall comes up pretty quick. It is a big outfield. He was in foul territory, but 332 feet down that line. That retaining wall is right there as well, and it's kind of an awkward positioning for it.
Yeah, it is. I mean, watching it, I thought it was just going to float into those bleachers, but hung up just enough for Murphy to have the awareness and make the catch in the corner. Amazing, too. I mean, how far that ball flew off the bat of Xu-Tang Chen. Here's Shang-He Yang now. RBI single back in the first. So for 2 cents, he did walk back in the sixth. Runners at the corner for Warren. He's able to even up the count at 1. 21 pitches just in this inning alone for Art Warren. Bit taxing compared to his first outing against Diablos. This Brothers team has given the Cougars all they can handle so far. Not every game for these Brothers team has been pretty, but they have been in all of them, specifically that last one with the Crocodiles. Looking like they were going to carry that 6-2 victory before the big comeback in the 7th. Another outside pitch that bends away. It's 3-1. And in a dogfight here now with Kane County. They're 0-2, but they're a scrappy 0-2.
Everything's come down to the wire almost.
The 3-1. Able to zip that one in there and make it full.
I mean, it's been competitive against Los Dantos until they started pulling away late. Had the big lead against the Cuban team, and then here inside of this morning's game, there's just that fight that they still have. They got up to the early lead. They then had to give up 10 runs in the bottom half of the first inning, but they've been able to answer back almost every other time Kane County has started to put some motion together. Unfortunately, though, on the other side, they just haven't been able to keep Kane County's bats quiet every time the Cougars have had an answer.
They have an opportunity right now with a runner at third and Sioux. You'll have Meng Chi Hu, the runner at first, on the move here on the 3-2 with 2 outs. The pitch to Yang. Swing and a miss. So Warren able to find the strikeout, and despite a couple of walks, leaves the score right where it is. Cougars up 5 here at the stretch. Looking to see if they can add a little bit more as we head to the latter part of this game. You're watching the BCL on AABaseball.tv. We'll be right back.
This is going surprisingly well.
Yes, it is.
Ma'am, your carbless refill. Sir, same thing?
No thanks. More for beer guy.
Excuse me. That's a nice shade on you.
Carbless. Don't overthink it.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Baseball Champions League. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent. Bottom of the 8th inning. Yingjin Chuan coming back out. Excuse me, this is a new pitcher, Pin Yang Seng. Clearing the bullpen out are the brothers. It's a good outing, though, for Yingjin Chen. 3 strikeouts, getting the side through in the 7th. As they hand things over to the top of the order to Yang Seng against Peralta, Allen, and Thomas. Ninth round pick by the TSG Hawks for Pin Yang Seng. 3.97 on the ERA, had 8 holds in the minor leagues in 2023 before signing with the brothers in 2024. Despite all that, still yet to make his debut in the CPBL with the brothers. Well, he's ready to go here in the bottom of the 8th, as is Elvis Peralta. And he's swinging at the first pitch over the glove of the second baseman, Trelun, and another time on base for Elvis Peralta. Have a day.
I think it's a pretty good wood on it. Drives it right past the second baseman, Chang. And it's a fastball that just stays right down Broadway. Goes down and digs it and sends it to the right fielder.
4th hit of the day for Elvis Peralta, 5th time aboard. A good way to start the bottom of the 8th inning for the Cougars. This is Josh Allen. First pitch swinging, fouling it off into the back net. Do have a change out in left field. Number 85, Kuei Yan Liu, filling in now for Ziquan Chain. So defensive substitution by the brothers. Quick check over on Peralta at first. He's back in time. "25 total runs in this game, but since the 2nd inning, there's only been 6. Allen's worked the count 1-1. One of the more interesting games we've seen so far in this Baseball Champions League. Peralta with a light lead over at first. Sang is set. Long time. Now the throw. Allen fouls it off. Well, don't forget, tonight we have another game, and it's a big one. 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 8 Central, 7 here local in Mexico City. The Crocodiles and the Dantos. Big battle for potentially who's going to take that 2nd spot. Cougars win today. They go to 2-0. Crocodiles have a chance to do it against the Dantos tonight. Be tied for 1st place. Don't miss it. Allen watching the pitch there for a ball.
Well, more importantly for Los Dantos, they don't want to go down with 2 losses, and that opens the door for the Diablos to pretty much keep in control of their own destiny.
Well, if we're just playing hypotheticals here, if the Cougars hold on to win this one, they go to 2-0. If Dantos are able to beat the Crocodiles, all of a sudden you have 3 teams that are really in the mix to potentially grab that last spot and play on Sunday between the Diablos, Dantos, and Crocodiles of Cuba. There goes Peralta on the run. It's a snap throw down, and how about a stolen base for Elvis Peralta? First one we've seen today. And meanwhile, Josh Allen goes down looking on strikes. It's a high pitch. He didn't agree with the call. But it is strikeout number 1 for Ping Sang.
Sometimes your microphones are super good at catching everything.
Yeah, we apologize for the choice language. Brings up Dylan Thomas with a runner in scoring position.
Chad, at least you know your microphones work.
A rare strikeout for Dylan Thomas his last time up. And he takes a big hack at this one for strike 1 here in the 8th inning. Other than that, he's walked 3 times and singled. See that 571 batting average, and more importantly, that OPS 1.482. Long time to the plate for Sang. Now he comes. Holds back on a low pitch. Makes it 1-1. The last 4 outs by the Cougars, all strikeouts. Side being struck out by Yingjue Chen to get out of the 7th inning, and then Sang starting his day off after giving up the single to Peralta with a strikeout to Allen. Pops in another one at 92, bottom corner, tough place. Try to put some bat on ball for Dylan Thomas. The 1-2 coming in from Sang. Swing and a miss. Back-to-back Ks for Dylan Thomas. Back-to-back Ks for Pinion Sang.
Yeah, just mixes up the elevation well. Goes low, high, back low, back high, and this time he elevates. And Thomas just a tick behind it.
So now the last 5 outs made by the Cougars, all by way of the K. And that brings in Jabari Henry. Still hunting his first hit in this BCL Championship League. And there it is, right through the hole on the left side. Coming around third is Peralta, and the Cougars pick up a big insurance run off the bat of Jabari Henry.
It wasn't imperative to bring that run in, but you just need to find a way to get those 2 out ribbies, and this is a fastball that leaks right back over the middle of the plate. Simple swing from Jabari, drives it through the left side of the infield. Peralta's speed, no chance.
Good piece of hitting for Jabari Henry. Probably feels good to at least get that one out of the way after having to be patient for it. 3 walks and a hit by pitch, plus that fly out in the 2nd, and now an RBI single. So the lead 6 for the Cougars.
6 plate appearances, 2 at-bats. Just
kind of a funny stat line at the end of the day.
doesn't happen all that often.
No, it doesn't. Josh Raywald, on the other hand, 1 for 4. 2 RBIs, though, both coming in the 1st inning. 1 by a hit, 1 by a walk. First pitch swinging and missing for strike 1. Albeit the run given up, Sang has pitched pretty well, mixing up pitches and spots, getting a couple of strikeouts. The 0-1 tapped foul. And for the Cougars, efficiency has been the name of the game. 16 runs on 16 hits. I think you'll take those numbers. Sang looking to get out of the inning, just giving up the 1 run. The 0-2 on the way. 92 mile an hour is too high for Raywald. That's hard to do. Defense straight up against Raywalt. Half swing, and he went around. So for the second time, the brothers strike out the side against the Cougars, but this time around they do tack on one more run. It is a 6-run lead for the Cougars going to the top of the 9th. Brothers down to their last 3 bullets, looking to make something happen here in day 3 of the BCL.
In the heart of Montana's untamed wilderness, a legend is brewing. Jeremiah Johnson Brewing, the official beer of the Big Sky Conference. Brewed with the rugged spirit of the West. Jeremiah Johnson is simply a world-class, straightforward, no-nonsense beer. Do well.
Top of the 9th inning in a high-scoring affair, 16-10. Cougars on top of the brothers. The brothers down to their last lives here, and they'll have to do it against Jake Gozo. There's Xiao Yusu settling in, 417 on the average, 5 hits today. He's got 3 of them. Gozo has been a huge part of this Cougars team, coming out and being the de facto closer. Mentioned that combined no-no that Vin Timpanelli started on June 1st. It was Gozo that got the last out for those. He also got the win in the final game of the Miles Wolf Cup final. His last 20 appearances, at least in the American Association, no earned runs, really finished on a high note. This one smacked into right field and down for a base hit. So Xiao Yusu keeps the brothers alive with his 4th hit of the game.
It's a combined 30th hit in this game between these two clubs.
That mixed in with 16 walks. We've certainly seen a lot of offense.
This is shaping up to be the longest game of the tournament so
Oh, we're
far.
going to hit it. I mean, I think we could flirt with that 4-hour mark, Trevor. Way too Sue. Been a dangerous bat as well. This is the belly of the beast of this Chinese Taipei lineup that Jake Gozo and this defense for the Cougars has to go through. 2 runs and an RBI for him today. You see that 333 average. He's reached base every single time. 3 of them by walks, 1 by hit by pitch, and a single back in the first. This is Gozo's 2nd appearance. 1 hit and a walk against Diablos a couple of nights ago. He's been a little wild here to start, 3-0. Down against Wei Tu Su.
You're hoping that that ever-important insurance run that Elvis Peralta crossed in isn't going to be important if you are Kane County. But on the other side, knowing that you're chasing 6 runs, again, the first 2 men on base would be a good start for the brothers.
That's exactly right. Here's the 3-0. Misses high, and that's exactly what happens. And walks are the recipe to getting yourself back into a game like this, and also really just the way Chinese Taipei and these brothers play, just hits and station to station and keeping the momentum in the movement. Nobody making that first or last out. That's how you get big comebacks.
We'll see how it starts here. You can now have runners at first and second, a quick little mound visit to just get things back under control. And Jax Groshans, he's been busy today, doing a lot of work, being not just kind of your important catcher, of course, but also mentoring your pitching staff to get through these tougher times, especially with pitchers who, again, still trying to get used to being here in Mexico City, especially against the middle part of this order, trying to get things going in check.
It's a single and a walk to start off Gozo's day. And now he gets Joy Chun Lin. Ground ball is the recipe for Gozo, but he does pump in a strike here in the top edge. Well, Chun Lin started this game by reaching his first 2 times, one by single, one by walk, but he's 0 for his last 3, including a double play and a strikeout. Gozo misses the spot, 1-1. Pop straight up in the air. Final throwing the glove up, trying to find it. Drifting over and makes the catch. That sun starting to come out here in Mexico City. It was a good job by Final to block it out and stay underneath it to grab the first out of the inning.
Well, especially with the wind looking like it's not really blowing all that much. But then again, though, that infield fly rule certainly big, especially if Final just didn't get as good of a look at it, especially with that sun just going right into his eyes.
Yeah, the wind not so strong, but kind of blowing all over the place. It was going right to left, now looking more left to right.
It's swirling a little bit. Especially here, we're in a bowl. I mean, there is open airness to the stadium, so it's not like a traditional bowl that you would see in some other ballparks. But that being said, the wind can get trapped and swirl around, and that can make things difficult, especially when it goes over the shade and then starts coming down below it.
Absolutely. Good spot there by Gozo to even up the count at 1 against Meng Chi Hu. Another guy that's reached a bunch in this game. 4 times aboard. The 1-1 from Gozo. Catches that outside edge at 95. Big, powerful arm on display. Su at first base and Su at second base for Chinese Taipei. And a swing and a miss at the plate by Meng Chi Hu. Gozo's first strikeout.
It's a big bounce back after the base hit and then the walk.
And it's the last life for this Chinese Taipei brothers team in the form of the man that hit the home run, Chui Tang Chen. 2 RBIs in this game, 1 by a sac fly in the second, the home run in the 6th. Most recently flew out to right deep. Into center field. Ray Zuber III backing it down and makes the catch. And that is how the game will end. Jake Gozo comes in and slams the door shut despite allowing a hit and a walk to kick off the 9th inning. But 16-10, the final score here for the Cougars, who improved to 2-0 here in the BCL 2026, putting themselves in prime position to be facing off on Sunday. Meanwhile, Chinese Taipei and the brothers dropping to 0-3, Trevor.
Yeah, this is just the sign of things from this brothers ball club again. Another showing that they're getting better. Things are getting better from them. Their offense is starting off hot in every single game so far. The pitching has shown bright spots, but unfortunately, though, for the brothers, they just haven't been able to piece it all together. The defense has been shaky at times, but otherwise, you look at the Kane County Cougars side, I mean, things were going for them well. They go down 5 runs early in the top of the first inning. They turn things around and immediately drop a 10 spot, and then it just keeps on going with the add-on, even though Chinese Taipei puts 2 runs across. The Cougars answer back with 2 of their own, and it just continues to roll that way for the Cougars. And so far, they are certainly in prime position to be playing on Sunday, but they still have business to take care of. And a lot of that possible Sunday will come down to what happens in the evening cap tonight when the Dantos will take on the Crocodiles in a game that is going to pretty much determine where Kane County sits. Are they going to be in prime spot for Sunday, or are they still going to have to battle up going into the weekend?
2 teams they still have to face, by the way, facing off tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern time. That is the Dantos and the Crocodiles, as you mentioned, a big game as far as positioning. And we'll take a look back at some of these highlights, and I guarantee we're going to see a lot of chaos early on in that first inning. And this is where it starts for the BTZ brothers. And it is a single here by Sue to push across the first run, and it did not stop there. This is in the bottom of the inning now. Josh Allen's 2-run bomb over the left field wall, his 2nd home run in as many games. He has certainly been a bright spot. The birthday boy with a birthday bash to put the Cougars back up, and then this drive in the bottom of the first as well. The Cougars already up 6-5, drawing in a couple of more runs. Got to 10-5, and it was starting to look dicey again with this miss by Zuber. Goes off the glove, and it was thinking like maybe this was going to be a problematic inning in the second as well. But this double play helped them out in the 4th to keep it at 12-7. 15-9 in the 6th. This is the big fly, the only home run we have seen by Chinese Taipei, and it looked like they were starting to come back here, Trevor.
Yeah, they were, and they were showing a little bit of momentum as well. Kane County did get a couple of runs back, but this is where it really puts the nail in the coffin. Jabari Henry bringing in Elvis Peralta.
Really pushed the lead there in the bottom of the 8th inning to get to 16-10, and then with Jake Gozo coming in, forcing that final flyout, Ray Zuber III getting his revenge, pushing the Cougars to 2-0, and the Chinese Taipei brothers to 0-3. That's going to do it for us. For Trevor Curl and executive producer Chad Elkrin and the entire Diablos production crew have been amazing this whole time. I'm Colin Rudisell. This has been a production of the Baseball Champions League on aa8baseball.tv. The final score, Chinese Taipei brothers 10 and the Kane County Cougars 16. Good afternoon from Mexico City. We'll see you tonight.